Hey, what's up? Give me a minute here. We're gonna go. Okay. And bump, bump, bump. Nice. Oh, I knew he couldn't. I knew he couldn't win by himself. Hi, James.
Miss Katz. Good morning, Miss Katz. Oh, and there was a letter for you. I left it on your desk. Miss Katz.
Damn. Actually, this was not normal. Hi, Callie. Uh, by the way, this letter is exactly how it was back then. Because a lot of people keep in mind this was 11 years. This was like I want to say 10, 11 years after the war, and people still supported them. So this letter really hits the nail on the head of how crazy these people were. Oh.
Mr. Kiebitz has just arrived. He's waiting in a conference room.
Mr. Right, right. Thank you. I'll be right there.
Is everything all right?
It was a threat letter.
A threat? Oh, dear.
It's... I can't let...
Still, if there is any...
Well, yes, it's a mystery crime game basically. And it's now the actual person Fritz Bauer is, out of all the people in this game, Fritz Bauer is an actual person. He's a real life person. Hey, Sailor Out Loud George. Well, guys, let's go interrogate Mr. Kiebitz. But first,
And who do you think did it? Hmm? Any ideas? That's what I thought. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
hey, Fire Devil. Here we go.
Good morning. My name is Ester Katz.
A pleasure, miss. Could you tell me how long I have to wait for the prosecutor?
Mr. Kiebitz, I'm the prosecutor here.
Oh, modern times, I guess. How long will this take?
Won't be too long.
Good. So, let's get this over with.
This is about the arrest of Hans Naumann in Munich on April 28, 1945. According to a witness, 2 men picked up Mr. Naumann from his apartment. Were you one of them?
You're pretty, you know that?
Mr. Kiebitz, were you one of those men?
No, I wasn't. We drove to the house. Then our group leader and Mr. Schickert got out of the car to arrest the man. Then they tossed the old man into the car and headed to the district office.
Please describe the situation.
District Leader Schwarz came out and gave the command.
What command? What did he say?
He ordered us to execute the man. Then he left. I felt uneasy. This wasn't right.
How many people were in your local group?
Around 10, but we were never all present at the same time due to shifts and different responsibilities. 11, 12. No, we were down to 11 then. The Gestapo took Ludolf back in January.
So the Gestapo threat wasn't something new. What were your local group's responsibilities in the very last days of the war?
We were responsible for all concerns and for many households within Munich. Above all, we tried to eliminate insurgencies.
Were there any other prisoners at that time?
Obviously, yes. We had to put the traitors somewhere. We adapted part of the storage rooms as cells. We followed group leader Falkman to the cell. There was tension.
I can still hear the sirens in my head. They seem to last forever. But it may just have been a minute full of despair. If you survived it. Why did you relocate the office?
Because of a big air raid. We wanted to be underground. We hoped that we would be safer there.
Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
Just in Bavaria, there were 28 local groups. We were in constant contact with them.
How did you ensure the energy supply?
The district struggled to produce enough energy. There were frequent power failures. For emergency, we had a generator. If worst came to worst, we used oil lamps.
For how long did Mr. Feldman talk to Mr. Schwartz?
Miss, it was over 10 years ago. I don't remember. Couldn't have been too long, as Mr. Schickert didn't have enough time to really get on my nerves.
Did Mr. Schwartz even get to see the victim, Hans Naumann?
Not entirely sure. He was in his office when we brought the perpetrator.
The victim?
The victim into a cell.
If Schwartz didn't see the victim, did he know they had the wrong man? What did he know? How was your relationship to Mr. Schwartz?
He treated me fairly and friendly. I learned a lot from him.
How was working under Mr. Feldman?
Great. He was a good leader and a better man. It was a pleasure to work with him. Even though some people might have disagreed, we had our share of malcontents in the group. But he knew how to deal with them effectively.
What were your responsibilities in your local group?
Most of the time I accompanied District Leader Schwartz and drove him when he needed a driver. He knew how to convey power and discipline.
How did you and Mr. Schickert get along?
He and I didn't have much to do with each other. We were just part of the same local group. He was no feast for the eyes, a cranky guy, strange. Always strict with his work, but annoying from time to time. He was obsessed with Prussian virtues.
Sorry if I'm not talking, guys. I'm letting the game explain itself. Let me know what you guys think.
We all entered the cell.
Okay, here we go. Now we're getting to the real part of this, of what happened in the cell. We have two different accounts. We had Schickert's account and Feldman's account. Now we need his.
What was Mr. Feldman doing?
Group leader Feldman seemed to hesitate. He shared my concerns about killing the old sod. He told us to wait.
Oh, that's new.
Were the compartments prepared to host prisoners?
Kind of. We adjusted them, so our prisoner could stay there for interrogations and not get out. Yet Schickert insisted. He referred to that new order about dealing with insurgents. He was such a stickler for the rules.
Wait a second. These orders you're talking about. Are you referring to the...
What am I?
Very well.
Ah, I fucked up.
Miss Katz, how are you feeling?
Again, I'm fine. Really.
I'm glad. You need to stay strong. These things, they are so awful. I just can't imagine why people would... No, right. I do know why, but... Still, the nerve.
It's just proof our work here matters. They wouldn't get this angry otherwise.
That's exactly what Christoph says. But right, here we are and the witness is waiting. I'll make sure there's a calming cup of tea ready after you're done. Miss Katz.
Good morning. My name is Ester Katz.
A pleasure. Could you
Mr. Kiebitz.
Oh, how long will this take?
Won't be too long.
Good.
This is about the... According to witness, 2 men were you...
You're...
Mr.
No, we... Then they tossed the old man into the car and headed to the
Please describe the situation.
District Leader Schwartz came out and gave the command.
What command? What did he say?
He ordered us to execute the man. Then he left. I felt uneasy. This wasn't right.
Oh, this is it. Okay, gonna bookmark that.
What were your local group's responsibilities in the very last days of the war?
We were responsible for all concerns and for many households within Munich. Above all, we tried to eliminate insurgencies.
How many people were in your local group?
Around 10, but we were never all present at the same time due to shifts and different responsibilities. 11, 12. No, we were down to 11 then. The Gestapo took Ludolf back in January.
So the Gestapo threat wasn't something new. Why did you relocate the office?
Because of a big air raid. We wanted to be underground. We hoped that we would be safer there.
Were there any other prisoners at that time?
Obviously, yes. We had to put the traitors somewhere. We adapted part of the storage rooms as cells.
How was your relationship to Mr. Schwartz?
He treated me fairly and friendly. I learned a lot from him.
How was working under Mr. Feldman?
Great. He was but
What were your...
most of the time I accompanied District Leader Schwartz and drove him when he needed a driver. He knew how to convey power and discipline.
How did you and Mr...
He was no feast for... always strict with his word.
For how long?
Miss, couldn't have been too long, as Mr. Schicker didn't have enough time to really get on my nerves.
Did Mr. Schwartz even get to see the victim, Hans Naumann?
Not entirely sure. He was in his office when we brought the perpetrator,
The victim.
the victim, into a cell.
If Schwartz didn't see the victim, did he know they had the wrong man? What did he know?
We followed Group Leader Feldman to the cell. There was attention.
I can still hear the sirens in my head. They seem to last forever. But it may just have been a minute full of despair. If you survived it. Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
Just in Bavaria, there were 28 local groups. We were in constant contact with them.
How did you ensure the energy supply?
The district struggled to produce enough energy. There were frequent power failures. For emergency, we had a generator. If worst came to worst, we used oil lamps.
Were the compartments prepared to host prisoners?
Kind of. We adjusted them, so our prisoner could stay there for interrogations and not get out.
For how long were the prisoners held in these cells?
Mostly around a week.
Being locked in a cell like this, not knowing what would happen next, this must have been so hard.
We all entered the cell.
What was Mr. Faltman doing?
Group leader Faltman seemed to hesitate. He shared my concerns about... He told us to wait. Yet Schickert insisted. He referred to that new order about dealing with insurgents. He was such a stickler for the rules.
Wait a second. These orders you're talking about. Are you referring to this?
Damn it. Okay, it had to have been that one. Hey, Rexus.
Good morning,
Good.
Mr. Kiebitz.
Oh, how long?
It will.
It's...
Let's get. This is according. Were you,
You're...
Mr.
No, we don't... Then the
Please do.
district...
What?
Happy early Easter, everybody.
What were
We about
how many? So did the victim? What did? How? How?
But he knew.
What?
More he knew.
How did?
He always.
Where the?
Oh, we.
For
We followed there
why did?
because we.
I can still hear the sirens in my head. They seem to last forever, but it may just have been a minute full of despair. If you survive. Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
Just in Bavaria.
How did you ensure?
The district struck. There were frequent power. If were
Where the?
kind of
For how?
more.
Being locked? This must have.
No, you're good. You're YouTube. YouTube's not censoring you. You're good.
We all entered the cell.
What was Mr. Faltman doing?
Group leader Faltman seemed to hesitate. He shared my concerns about killing the old sod. He told us to wait. Yet Schickert insisted. He referred to that new order about dealing with insurgents. He was such a stickler for the rules.
Wait a second. Are you referring to this?
What am I looking?
Very well. What did he say?
He yelled he would.
Damn it. Okay, so it wasn't that one. Okay, it was not that one. order is it? I wonder. Oh, it must be this one. Okay, we'll try that one. Sorry, I keep replaying the thing. I want to make sure I do this right.
Won't be too
Good.
This is about according. Were you
You're pretty.
Mr. Kiebitz?
No, we drove to the house. Then the toasty old man districtly
What? What were you?
We were about
How many people were in your look?
around
11.
So why?
big.
For how? Did the what? What?
More.
How would?
But
How? How did?
here you oh. We followed their way.
I can still, but it may just have been a minute. Was your look?
Just
Were there any other?
of
How did you ensure?
that they were free if we
Were the
can
for how
more.
being this?
We all
Nice.
entered the
What was Mr.
Group he told. Yet Shikat insisted. He referred to that new order about dealing with insurgents. He was such a stickler for the
Wait a second. These orders you're talking about. Are you referring to this?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He was
Found it.
very vocal about it. He insisted that any delay would constitute treason.
And treason must
MGTOW.
be reported, he said. The refusal to obey orders would be of interest for the Gestapo. Faced with this open threat of being denounced, we did not dare to act.
Haha, we found the correct document. Now.
The tension was strong. Group leader Faltman ordered us to wait once more, but Schickert drew his gun and shot him.
Were summary executions common?
In those days, yes.
Nice.
So what you are saying is, Schickert shot the old man against Mr. Faltman's order?
Exactly.
That's horrible.
These are brutal events you're getting to hear here. Are you sure you're up for it? Honestly, no one would think this is a job for a woman. What do you have to prove? I will file a formal complaint.
What would you like to...
About talking to you and...
I see. Well, thank you for your...
Goodbye.
That's all the witnesses. Let's see if I can make some sense of this. Civil codes, Bereichsgesetz, Seneca, and some Frankel and Neumann. Quite a collection. Wait, is that a Sachenspiegel? I think Dad had a copy of this edition.
So, I know it doesn't balance out the morning, but there's at least some good news today. One word, Berlin.
Did the document center come through?
Here you go. Personal files for Kiebitz, Schickert, and Faltman.
Finally.
Right? Just in time. I know that you have just questioned the last witness. Have you discovered any new leads? With a few calls, I might be able to get hold of a few more urgent documents for you. But I would need to do so right now, and I can't guarantee they'll make it in time.
I might actually take you... There's a chance that Mr. Schwarz did not see the victim himself. If that's the case, my question is, what did he see? What did he know when he ordered the execution? I'm going to need whatever files would have been on his desk on that day. All that he could know about the victim. Arrest report, personal file, records, intake forms, whatever there is.
That's quite a wide net. I'm on it, of course. Anything else?
I better get back to the reconstruction board then.
Uh-oh.
Ester Katz speaking. Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Great. Just what I needed now. Not disconcerting in the slightest.
Tuh. Let's see. Hermann Kiebitz. NSDP member. Career path, hairdressing trade, soldier from 1939 to 44. Bookstore member. Worked as a driver, no criminal record except for begging. Annotations, proven to be a good member of the NSDAP. The file closes, okay. Let's see. Schickert. Let's see. For the attention of Miss Katz, the NS file contains the following information about Carl Schickert. NSDAP member, number, rank, local group member, career path, 3-year citizen school, 2-year trade school, locksmith apprenticeship, military training. Okay. let's see, Faultman. Let's see, base manager, local group reader, head official. Nice. Let's see, career path, elementary school, tailoring apprenticeship, married, 2 children, son fell in Russia, no criminal record. Okay. Faultman and Schwartz stepped down in the hallway with me and Schickert. We're standing. The district leader gave the order for the execution. Mr. Faultman ordered Mr. Schickert and me to follow him into the cell where the Naumann was held captive. Mr. Faultman saw the victim and refused to go through with the order. He wanted us to wait, but Mr. Schickert insisted that the order of a high-ranking member must be followed. He threatened Mr. Faultman to report him to the SCOP. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and read through the testimonies, and we're going to try and piece this together. So, we just recently got Hermann Kiebitz, and this is what he had to say. Number 1, Mr. Faultman and Mr. Schwartz stepped out into the hallway where me and Mr. Schickert were standing. The district leader gave the order for execution. Mr. Faultman ordered Mr. Schickert and me to follow him into the cell where the Naumann was held captive. Mr. Faultman saw the victim and refused to go through with the order. He wanted us to wait. But Mr. Schickert insisted that we follow that the order of a high-ranking office member must be followed. He threatened Mr. Faultman to report him to the Gestapo. Mr. Schickert carried out the order and shot Mr. Naumann, ignoring Mr. Faultman's command to stop. Okay. Okay, here's Mr. Schickert's recollection of that event. I was in the hallway with Mr. Kiebitz. Mr. Faultman and Mr. Schwartz stepped out into the hallway. The district leader ordered us to shoot the prisoner. Mr. Faultman asked me to follow him into the cell, while Mr. Schwartz returned to his office together with Mr. Kiebitz. Mr. Faultman told me to shoot the suspect, but the man was clearly innocent. I refused to execute him. When I resisted, Mr. Faultman threatened me with the Gestapo. I left the cell, wanting nothing to do with this. In the hallway, I ran into Mr. Kiebitz, who passed me and entered the cell. Then I heard the gunshot. He shot the man. Now for Mr. Faultman. Mr. Schwartz and me were in the office and stepped out into the hallway where Mr. Kiebitz and Mr. Schickert waited. Mr. Schwartz gave the order for the execution. Mr. Kiebitz, Mr. Schickert, and I walked to the cellar compartment where the suspect was held captive. The district leader went back into his office. Inside that cell, Mr. Schickert insisted on punishing treason and to go through with the execution. Mr. Schickert threatened to report us to the Gestapo if we did not obey the order. I left to convince the district leader of the suspect's innocence and told Mr. Schickert to stop. Walking down the hallway, I heard a gunshot. Mr. Schickert shot the victim. Mr. Kiebitz confirmed it. So here's what's striking out to me. Here's what's sticking out. So, based on the first part of the testimony, it looks like Faultman was in the office with Mr. Schwartz, and Kiebitz and Schickert were in the hallway when the order was given. However, two of them are pointing the finger at Mr. Schickert. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's not making any sense. Oh, wait a minute. I think I just found my answer. It was Schickert. Cause look, from the first part, all three of them confirmed that Mr. Faltman did come out with Mr. Schwartz out of the office. That is already established, so we're done with that. Now for the second part, now for the part 2, everybody went into the... Everybody went and followed Mr. Faltman to the cell. So we have that established. Here is where the contradiction happens. I'm gonna read each one, and you guys determine who is telling the truth. So, from Mr. Schickert's point of view, he says, Mr. Faltman told me to shoot the suspect, but I resisted, saying the man was clearly innocent. Faltman said he saw Mr. Naumann bent by age and refused to follow the order. Kiebitz backs this up. He says Mr. Faltman saw the victim and refused the order to go through with the execution. Clearly, there is a contradiction. Here's more of this. From Schickert's point of view, here's where it's coming from. Mr. Faltman would not listen to this and threatened me with the Gestapo if I would not carry out the execution. However, herein lies the double team. In response to my rebuttals, Mr. Schickert insisted on the punishment of treason and threatened to call the Gestapo and report me. From Kiebitz, he says Mr. Schickert insisted that the order of a high-ranking member must be followed and threatened Mr. Faltman to report him to the Gestapo. Here's the complicated part. From Mr. Schickert's point of view, I left the compartment into the hallway where I ran into Mr. Kiebitz. He entered the cell and I heard gunshots. He shot the victim. Impossible. Impossible. Therein lies the contradiction. If Kiebitz was in the hallway, why on that recollection? On Faultman's recollection, I left to convince the district leader of the suspect's innocence. Walking down the hallway, I heard gunshots. Mr. Schickert shot the victim. Mr. Kiebitz confirmed it. And this is from Mr. Kiebitz himself. Schickert carried out the order and shot Mr. Naumann against Mr. Faultman's will. I saw it with my own eyes. So, given this, ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think? Because clearly, all evidence is pointing to Mr. Schickert. It's pointing to him. Because think about it. From the beginning, Faultman and Schwartz came out together to Mr. Schickert and Kiebitz. That's established. Faultman had Mr. Schickert and Kiebitz go with him to the hallway based on the testimony of Mr. Faultman and Mr. Kiebitz. All of them went with him. Now, the difficult part... Now, here's the part where the contradiction begins. Upon seeing the victim, Mr. Schickert's recollection says Mr. Faultman told me to shoot the suspect, but I resisted, saying the man was clearly innocent. Faultman says, I saw Mr. Naumann bent by age and refused to follow the order, and Kiebitz backed that up with his own testimony of his recollection. Now, here is where more of it happens. Mr. Schickert said Mr. Faultman would not listen to this and threatened me with the Gestapo if I would not carry out the execution. But Faultman and Kiebitz's recollections very differ, as they both state in my response to my rebuttals, Mr. Schickert insisted on the punishment of treason and threatened to call the Gestapo and report me. Kiebitz backs this up. He said Mr. Schickert insisted that the order of a high-ranking member must be followed and threatened Mr. Faultman to report him to the Gestapo. Now, herein lies the problem. Mr. Schickert did not leave the compartment. He didn't leave it. He was still there. Faultman was the one in the hallway walking out to go confront the district leader about this, to go convince him. Kiebitz is the only man with Mr. Schickert at the time of this happening. Faultman heard the gunshots. Schicker carried out the order and shot Mr. Naumann against Mr. Faltman's will. I saw it with my own eyes. Uh-oh.
Ester Katz?
Essie, it's good to hear your voice.
Thank God.
I hope I'm not disturbing you. I didn't like how we ended our last conversation. I know your mother's little parties are hard enough on you already. I shouldn't have brought up your work in the first place. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper like that.
Don't worry about it, Father. I know you are just worried.
I was. I still am, but it's no excuse. With that said, I'm calling because of a different matter. It's close, isn't it? Your first trial?
I can't wait.
I know the feeling well. The facts on your side, all the statements lined up just so, the big speech prepared. It's intoxicating. Sometimes too intoxicating. Don't let it get to your head.
Thank you, Father.
But Esther, after the trial, I'm sorry, but please, please remember what we've talked about. It's not too late to leave. Nobody would think less of you.
I would like to see this through, Dad.
I see.
I have to go now, Father. Goodbye.
Good luck, Prosecutor Katz.
All right. Here we go.
Miss Katz!
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
What?
Bad time?
Not like there's any other. Tell me, Katz, has anyone?
Not that I know of.
No help.
So,
Someone was. Don't. Just don't say someone going through my documents, through my...
Why do you think some...
I have my...
Wait,
The lamp was moved.
a lamp.
Yes. Which means...
That's...
Tell me
So...
Well, That's... Thank you. Right. What now? I wish I knew.
What do you... What's the case?
All right. Just in case. And... It's not like you can be my...
I'm all ears.
What do you know about the camps?
Enough to know I'd rather not learn more.
If only we had... Imagine this. Hundreds, or even 1,000 prisoners per barrack. A block of those surrounded by electrified barbed wire. Overcrowded, makeshift wooden structures as the only place to sleep. Cold, cramped quarters. Hunger, illness, vermin, death. Children, women, old people, it made no difference. All forced to do brutally hard labor. And worse. Then there's the rest of the camp. A moat along the border, followed by 2 layers of, again, electrified fences and walls. Watchtowers along the entire length, of course, with searchlights and machine guns. And here, get to the case. Should anyone try to escape, camp guard were on strict orders to immediately shoot to kill. No warning shots, no nothing. Just kill the prisoner. Any hesitation would be punished. But the number of such incidents is... It's far too high. It just doesn't add up.
All right, so you need to prove they lied.
You're thinking, it's not just the guard, not just what they... Do you really think they're Do you think it was... Rest assured, So yes, we need to prove they lied. That they... But more importantly, And let me tell you, the suspect... Oh, fuck! Jeez, I don't have time for our little trial. Go. So...
Were you ever...
What?
Threat letters?
No, yes, and yes, of...
I just got...
Did you know?
Yes. Seriously, Peters, why...
I'm sorry, Katz, if that's even...
How come...
Very. Once these bastards have your name, mostly anonymous, as you could expect from these damned... But quite a few still...
How...
30... Yes, I keep count.
Holy shit.
How do you...
I keep them dated. More proof if they're...
Right. I have some...
About whom?
One more. I have some...
So...
What can...
It's important. And very much unwanted. If even that. And then there's the...
What did you want?
It doesn't matter.
You sound...
Hardly. It's a tough... In...
Got it. Thank you. The door is locked.
Est, tell me, have you by any chance seen a brown, old, dirty thing? Has my name on it?
Did you...
Wouldn't... I just... Happens way too often. If I'm... And that's at the best of...
Sorry.
Just keep an eye. It's embarrassing.
Of course.
So,
Were you ever sent any death threats?
taking out the big gun, I'm proud to say that...
You...
Of course, just think. All those people out there, pretending nothing happened. Our work gets them furious, and if that doesn't prove we're doing something...
That's...
So I've been told.
Are these...
Not in most cases. Didn't get... But here, I can't
I just...
I had. Congratulations.
Thank... And...
It might sound a little weird. They're my war trophies.
Right. I have...
Who would that...
You.
The name's Christoph. I never did well.
You did?
Hamburg. Did a few years in Berlin first, but on the wrong side. Doesn't count.
So...
The East. Don't hold it against me. And I've never been much... Too many books.
I'm sorry.
I crossed before 52. No fences, no restricted zone.
I have a... I think...
Good news. The documents you asked me to track down, I reached out to someone that still owed me a favor. Let's leave it at that. A courier just dropped these off. I hope they prove useful. Let me know once you're ready to go to court. Miss Katz,
I believe I'm done.
right. I hope we can get... Shall we go to court?
Let's go to court. It's time.
Order. Court is in session. In the case of the German people against members of NSDAP local group Munich, the defendants stand accused of the murder of Hans Naumann.
Judge Ernst Braun presiding, with Counsel Ester Katz speaking for the prosecution. Counsel Rudolf Scham representing the defendants Kiebitz and Faltmann. And Counsel Sigmund Hauptner representing the defendant Schickert.
How do you plead?
Innocent.
It's not guilty.
Not guilty then.
Not guilty, of course. This whole investigation is a farce.
Not guilty, Mr. Chairman.
I call on the prosecution. Miss Katz, it's time to present your theory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hans Naumann was innocent. This bears repeating. Innocent. And yet he was taken from his own home and killed. Executed for another man's crimes. That this case has remained closed for so long is a clear failure of the justice system. A failure that we must put right. Mr. Chairman, on April 28th, Hans Naumann was shot dead. Taken from his house under false pretenses, he was brought to the temporary location of the district office. He was locked in a brewery cellar, a damp storage room adapted into a makeshift cell. That's where, shortly later, he would be killed. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
That's a bullshit
Silence.
excuse.
Mr. Sham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court.
That's a bullshit excuse. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if we were just following orders. Is one. Following orders in wartime is one thing. You go from A to B and that's it. But what probable grounds? It irks me every time someone says we're just following orders. It just irks me so badly. When involved with taking a life and everything. Unjustifiably taking a life. I'm sorry.
Let the record show that the prosecutor...
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to outburst like that. It's just, every time I hear that word, it just... I don't know, it just irks me so badly.
and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Ms. Katz?
The defendants went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schickert has testified, under oath, that it was only himself and local group leader Faltmann who went to the cell.
It's the truth. Kiebitz was too busy kissing Schwarz.
That's enough. Mr. Schickert, do remember where you are. Ms. Katz, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly.
I don't see how this serves as evidence. Objection sustained. Please continue, Miss Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Falkman began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Falkman concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection. This theory of the prosecution runs contrary to Mr. Schickert's testimony. He was the one to refuse the order.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to back your theory...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see how this serves as evidence. Objections. Miss Katz.
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Schickert. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Mr. Hauptner?
According to Mr. Schickert, he was the target of the threats, which were issued by Mr. Feldman.
Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim?
Certainly.
I don't see objection. Miss Katz, proceed.
We've established only one who shot. Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Karl Schickert. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Karl Schickert shot and killed the victim.
I must object, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hear it.
Mr. Schickert maintains he's innocent. That Mr. Kiebitz, and not him, was the one to shoot the victim. Two witnesses might agree, but that can hardly be considered enough to prove a man guilty. Especially considering the seriousness of the crime.
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure I follow your reasoning here. remain unconvinced. I can give you one more. Objections. I have heard enough. Well, having considered this court, defendant Carl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912. Defendant, lastly, has no substantial. All three, while it is my belief, the prosecution has failed. Gentlemen, with that, court.
The Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kiebitz, Faltmann, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. Faltmann made no attempt to hide his satisfaction. He did it. Once again, he was free. He decided to write down his version of the story in the form of a letter. It painted quite a vibrant, if completely untrue, image of his treatment at the prosecution's hand. The letter, censored, of course, was published on the back pages of certain low-circulation publications. Those catering to people sharing a similar... With his part in Naumann's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away. To go back home as usual. Kiss his wife. Tuck in his son. Read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well. As if nothing had happened. As if he was a good man. Can a man like Kiebitz truly be called innocent?
Ah, fuck.
In the eyes of the law, of course. If we consider just this specific case, then yes, Hermann Kiebitz is innocent. For he did nothing. Yet sometimes doing nothing might just be enough. Had he acted, had he done something, Hans Naumann could still be alive. Had any of them, for that matter. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Mrs. Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our Miss Katz, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
I want to do this right.
Good news. Uncle, let me know. Miss Katz.
I still need some.
Miss Katz,
Remind me.
in short, because the last of our cases are from 1940, and there are so... If a case takes too long...
I believe I'm...
Right. I hope... Shall we go?
Let's go. It's time.
I call on. It's time.
Thank you. Hans Naumann was this bears, and yet that this a failure, Mr. Chairman. On April 20 taken, he was locked. That's what. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased, and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however...
Thank you, Ms. Katz.
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all...
Let's proceed. Ms. Katz?
The defendants Faltmann and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kiebitz's and Mr. Faltmann's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Ms. Katz, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly.
I'm not sure I follow your reasoning here. Is there anything else you can...
One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwartz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Faltman, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwartz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office, together with his driver, Mr. Kiebitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Katz, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. As both Mr. Kiebitz and Mr. Faltman testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltman. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure. I remain unconvinced. I can give you one.
Colonel Mustard in the library.
I still don't... Objection. Miss Katz.
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Schickert.
What an interesting theory, but I have to object.
Mr. Hauptner?
According to Mr. Schickert, he was the target of the threats, which were issued by Mr. Falken.
Miss Katz, can you present any proof?
Certainly.
I don't see how this serves. Objection sustained. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
With a step, only one question. Who shot? Who killed Hans? Defendant Karl Schickert. He might have followed Ord, but in the end, the car Schickert...
I must stop.
Let's hear it.
Mr. Schickert maintains he's innocent. Two witnesses must especially...
Miss Katz, if you would.
Certainly.
I'm not sure I followed. I remain Objection sustained. I have heard, having considered this defendant Karchik, this court as the
Do you think...
Okay. No. And that's...
Is some...
Yeah, it's...
Sorry.
It's...
Of course.
Thank you. So...
I think...
Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kiebitz, Faltmann, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. Faltmann made no attempt to hide his satisfaction. He did it. Once again, he was free. He decided to write down his version of the story in the form of a letter. It painted quite a vibrant, if completely untrue, image of his treatment at the prosecution's hand. The letter, censored, of course, was published on the back pages of certain low-circulation publications, those catering to people sharing a similar worldview to Faltmann's. With his part in Naumann's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away, to go back home as usual, kiss his wife, tuck in his son, read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well, as if nothing had happened, as if he was a good man. Can a man like Kiebitz truly be called innocent? In the eyes of the law, of course. If we consider just this specific case, then yes, Hermann Kiebitz is innocent, for he did nothing. Yet sometimes doing nothing might just be enough. Had he acted, had he done something, Hans Naumann could still be alive, had any of them for that matter. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Miss Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our Miss Katz, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
I think the game crashed. Give me a minute. There.
Good news. I reached out to a courier. Let me know once you're ready to go to court.
I think I'm confident enough to solve this. Hey, happy birthday.
Miss Katz,
I believe I'm
right. I hope shall we?
1 sec.
I will. Miss...
I believe...
Right, I shall...
Let's go.
Okay, here we go.
It's time.
I call on... It's time.
Thank you, Hans Naumann, this bears... And yet, he will... That this... A failure that we... Mr. Chairman. On April 20... Taken... He was locked. That's where, shortly... His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased, and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
Silence! Mr. Sham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court. Let the record show that the prosecution and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Ms. Katz.
The defendants Faltmann and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kiebitz's and Mr. Faltmann's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Ms. Katz, can you present any evidence to support your...
Certainly.
I'm not sure I... One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse.
I actually had the other two mixed. It was supposed to be...
Mr. Faltmann, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution... At the time, he was...
Ms. Katz, you... Please continue.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
Objection!
As both Mr. Kiebitz and Mr. Faltman testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltman. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. A day after Hans Naumann was shot, Mr. Schickert was removed from his station and expelled from the NSDAP. A punishment that follows to the letter the consequences for insubordination, as outlined by GAU leader Solbrich's order.
Indeed. Mr. Scham, your objection is overruled. Miss Katz, if you would...
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Faltman. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Every time, Mr. Scham?
We cannot truly be sure any threats were actually made. I can assure you, my client never cooperated with the Gestapo.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Faltman. Silence. Miss Katz, can you present any...
Certainly. Ludwig Steg was another member of the defendant's local group. Only 3 months before the events of this case, he was arrested by the Gestapo. While the acts and fate of Mr. Steg are of themselves of no direct connection to this case, I'd like to bring your attention to the beginning of the final paragraph. Mr. Steg was denounced by his direct superior. And who would that be? His local group leader, Alfred Faltmann. Mr. Faltmann may claim he had nothing to do with the Gestapo, but it's a lie.
Thank you, Miss Katz. Objection overruled. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Karl Schickert. He might have followed orders. He might, but in the end, Karl Schickert shot...
I must object, Mr. Chairman.
I must object.
Mr. Schickert maintains he's innocent, that Mr. Kiebitz, and not him, was the one to shoot the victim. Two witnesses might agree, but that can hardly be considered enough to prove a man guilty, especially considering the seriousness of the crime.
Miss Katz, if you would...
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
There's only one man who has Karl Schickert.
Mr. Naumann's wound was identified as resulting from a 7.65 Browning caliber. Only one of the defendants had a weapon with that caliber. An FN Browning model 1900 was given to the party member number 5186332, the defendant Karl Schickert.
Very well. I consider your claims proven. The prosecution presents a solid case. Before we proceed, Miss Katz, Mr. Scham, is there anything else you'd like to bring to this court's attention?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chairman. I was just following orders. We've heard these words today, more than once. That said orders came from Mr. Schwartz was one of the few points on which...
That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd like to bring your attention to another detail that their testimonies shared. At no point in any of their recollections did Mr. Schwartz himself meet the victim. It is the prosecution's belief that the district leader never knew who the defendants had brought. Schwartz didn't know the prisoner in the cell was not the man they were sent to arrest, that it was an innocent man. He couldn't know because the defendant Alfred Faltmann lied, both to his superior and to this court. Mr. Faltmann knew whom he took. He knew he was not the culprit. He had taken him as a hostage. Yet, to Mr. Schwartz, he reported bringing in Jan Naumann, the culprit. And so, Believing his subordinate, Mr. Schwarz ordered the execution of, once again, Jan Naumann. The shooting of Hans Naumann wasn't legal. The defendants did not follow any order. This innocent man was killed only because of the actions, the insistence, the lies and threats of Alfred Faltmann. Mr. Chairman, the prosecution asks you to find the defendant fully culpable for this death.
Some serious accusations, Miss Katz. What motive did the defendant Faltmann have for this?
He realized it was illegal to take a hostage and tried to cover up his own crime.
Thank you, Miss Katz. I will take this revelation into consideration. Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Firstly, in the case of the defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, residing at Mauergasse 4 in Munich, for the crime of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, this court finds the defendant guilty as accessory. The prosecution proved that he did shoot the victim, but only did so when forced, having been coerced by his co-defendant. Which brings us to the, at the time, local group leader. Now, the prosecution provided this court with plenty of evidence of the local group's wrongdoings. None of them had as serious and unsettling implications as the final revelation. Defendant Alfred Faltmann, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. In the case of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, considering the overwhelming evidence of your actions and their direct effect, this court finds you guilty of coercion, perjury, and manslaughter. It stands clear beyond reasonable doubt that it was by your independent initiative that Mr. Naumann was shot, a fact of which defendant Hermann Kiebitz was fully aware and which he decided to hide from this court, making him guilty as accessory to this manslaughter by the act of omission. With that, the cost of this trial will be covered by the defendants. Court adjourned.
Boom.
I've heard those words many times. The courtroom may change, the faces, the clothes, the crimes. But the words stay the same. I just followed orders. It wasn't an order that ended Mr. Naumann's life. They did. With their cowardice, obedience, pride. They all killed Hans Naumann. Men like Faltmann don't believe they can be punished. They don't think they should be. All were surprised at his silence when the verdict was pronounced. Him, possibly, most of all. He offered no resistance, no counter, no boisterous denial. For possibly the first time in his life, Alfred Faltmann didn't know what to say. Schickert was raving as they brought him out of the courtroom. So what if he pulled the trigger, he yelled. He followed orders. There, those words again. Almost as if he believed them himself. What makes a man lie? Friendship? Loyalty? Fear? What makes a man so obsessed with terms like honor or duty? Simply ignore the murder of an innocent man. Not just ignore it. Allow, aid, facilitate it. For he could have stopped it. All he'd have to do was tell the truth. For he had every opportunity to stop it. Instead, he chose to kill an innocent man. They all did. They all knew what they were doing. They all knew they didn't have to. All three of them, through their actions or their inaction, they choose. Miss Naumann cried at the verdict. She thanked us. I wouldn't say it ended there for her. I don't think it ever did. And as for our Miss Katz, the case was her victory. And it did bring her the recognition she deserved. But with recognition also comes attention. But that's a story for another day.
Esther, come on! You are so bad at this. You have to come loudly. I know. And no peeking. I wasn't peeking. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0. Ready or not, here I come. Where could you be? Maybe under the table? Cold. How about in the wardrobe? Even colder. No fair. It has to be warm somewhere. Are you behind here? You are so bad at this, Esther. Stop! It's not fun. Where are you? Lottie, where?
Oh, right.
Good morning, Miss Katz. There are some new letters for you. I left them on your desk.
Miss Katz, there's a man here asking to see you. Walter Hens? I don't think he has an appointment.
Did he say what he wants from me?
He says he has a case about one Miss sorry, one moment. He wants to talk to you about one Anna Kazmirek.
I wonder what's that about. I'll be with him shortly in the conference room.
Mr. Hens, this is a man who won't... Sorry for the confusion before. I just couldn't connect the dots with...
What did you make?
Mr. Hens? I got the feeling he's the kind of man... He also... Men like this, they don't...
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Hens, this is a... Sorry for... I just...
Did he say what the...
A name and something... But he wants to...
Interesting.
He didn't work on... But there was an investigation already.
Thank you, Paula. Don't you look majestic up there? Keeping watch?
What? Where? Oh, how did she get there?
Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow. Oh, no.
All right, let's...
Good morning. I've been told you wanted to see me. Mr. Hens, was it?
Walter Hens, a pleasure. You're the one from the old man, right? What was the rebel with the flag?
Hans Naumann. And he was not the rebel. That was the entire
Is this the only case you have ever solved?
Can you just get...
Nervous. I'm here on behalf of my wife. She wishes she could do it herself, but her health isn't what it... Honestly, Tessie's never been a beacon of health, but it has been getting worse and...
Mr. Hens, the case?
It's about her girl, Anna Kazmirek. She was only 19 when they killed her. When they, had her killed.
What do you mean by that? Who had her killed?
You lot. Lawyers, judges, the whole circus. Sent her to the guillotine for looting, called her a traitor to the nation. She was innocent.
You'll have to explain that.
That's why I'm here. Do you remember the bombing of Brunswick in '44?
Of course. October, right? Left the whole city on fire.
Yes. It was like the whole world was burning. I doubt any words could ever give it justice. The Tommies hit us overnight. They lit the whole city like a Christmas tree when they started the firestorm. Come morning, nothing was left of the old town, and not much of everything else.
Holy shit.
A firestorm?
That's what it's called. Have you ever seen a pillar of flame rising to the sky, Miss Katz? Not a sight I'd wish on anybody.
Christmas tree? That's a peculiar analogy.
Not really. It's how we called their markers. They drop flares of various colors, lighting up the panorama like, well, a Christmas tree.
That's terrible. I am sorry I have to ask, but how is it connected to the case?
Anna lost everything that day. other than her mother. Their place was hit by a bomb. The whole block gone in an instant. Not a stone left standing.
Tell me about Anna.
She was a good kid, no matter what they say. Mixed parentage from her mother's side. Prussian-Polish family. It earned her more than a few side eyes. Anna had to work hard for it. Someone had to look after the family. But she was a young girl. She wanted to have fun when she could.
Her mother? You mentioned she's your wife?
Yes, Tessie. Teresa Hens. She was born out east. A small village in, would be Masovia now? Poland. Came to Brunswick with her husband after the First War. Had Anna on the way, in a train car. She had always been delicate, both in her body and, well, you know, mind. Again, she sends her apologies for not being here herself.
When did you and Teresa marry?
A few months after the execution. It wasn't love, just the right thing to do. With Anna gone, she had no one to take care of her, and she was in no position to provide for herself. I was doing well with my pub, so I offered to help. It's not the most romantic of stories. The morning after the bombing, Anna went to the ruins. Spent the whole day digging through the rubble, searching for, well, anything.
You mean the ruins of the house?
Yes, an older tenement house for some of the lower classes. Not the first place they lost. Believe it or not, it was actually their third home destroyed by the bombings.
Jeez.
You said she was sentenced for looting. I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Did she loot anything?
No. She had found a few things, but everything belonged to her or her mother. Anna was no thief.
Do you know what she found?
I know of a few things. Her mother's scarf and coat, fur, a pair of boots, and a crucifix from back east. Then some knickknacks, a family photo, a few pieces from her mother's cutlery set, clothes probably. All in all, barely enough to fill a bag or two, and a suitcase supposedly.
Were you there with her?
If only, but I was nowhere near. I only learned about any of this when it was already too late. It happened a few days later. I was at my place when Heidi came, begging for help.
Were you affected by the bombing?
No, I had a small apartment above my pub. Luckily, it was out of the way, so the Tommies didn't target that area.
And who's Heidi?
Grunewald. Heidi Grunewald. A close friend of Anna. Both of them had been assigned to the same emergency shelter.
She asked for your help? Help with what?
Someone had planted a suitcase in Anna's room and accused her of stealing it from the ruins. The police came and, for some reason, the bastard seemed dead set on making the accusation true. That's what it was about at first. No treason, no looting, just a simple theft. And not even that was true.
What did you do?
I followed her to the shelter, of course, running through the city. But we were too late. The bastards must have grown tired of Anna denying their accusations, decided to make her confess. They beat it out of her. By the time we arrived, they were long gone, leaving the kids. It was bad.
The kids? Somebody was still there?
Yes, 2 of them. Anna's boyfriend. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. And the Becker's girl, Emilia. Poor sods. They saw it all and couldn't do jack to stop it.
Emilia Becker. Who was she?
Her family was also placed in that shelter. Shop owners. Local girls, stuck up. They knew each other with Anna and Heidi. I don't think they got on too well.
What can you tell me about Anna's boyfriend?
They had dated for a while. Can't say how long. I've seen him around, but I can't say I remember much. Military sort, I think. Heidi would know more. You'll have to ask her.
Where was that?
Can't give you the address. It was a temporary emergency shelter, one of many. A once upper-end flat, run down and filled with as many people who lost their homes to the bombing as they could squish. Cramped, but a roof over their head. I kept it together. It wasn't an easy job.
How did Heidi?
Bad. She took it hard. Started yelling at the boy that he was supposed to keep them there. Didn't get much of a
The Becker girl.
Avoiding us. She had locked herself and her family.
The boyfriend, what did he do?
He was curled up and wouldn't calm down. For a long while.
So, what happened?
The case is that Anna was innocent and they took her. They beat her. They killed her. Tortured her until she said what they wanted. Confessed to something she didn't do. And then they cut her head off.
Beg pardon? They what? No. That's not how it goes.
Can you tell me something more about this Heidi Grunewald?
Local girl, strong, hard. All of the Grunewalds were. Good people, but poor people. And quite a lot of them, each with a mouth to feed. Heidi was yay big the first time they pulled her. Gave the rascal her first night in a cell. Pickpocketing. Gave her a job right after that, to keep her off the street. Gave one to Anna soon after. They were already friends.
Mr. Hans, why did she come to you specifically?
I had some previous encounters with the Force, unavoidable for a business owner. Well, let's not sugarcoat it. I had a file at the district. Nothing serious, but enough for me to learn how to talk with the blokes. Even find a few sympathetic ears down at the station. Heidi hoped I could talk to them. next day, they put her on trial. A sham. Nobody was allowed to testify. There was no proof. Her lawyer just sat there, silent. And they changed the accusation, made it a case of looting instead of theft. A treasonous act for some reason.
And that's why they gave her the death sentence?
Yes, some law allowed them to do it, because they made her a so-called folk pest, a traitor.
Why did they change the accusation?
To hell if I know. Maybe they wanted a show. Or the policeman wanted a promotion and made it out to be a bigger crime. Or whoever made up the whole story of her crime decided it needed more flair. I tried to learn more on what really happened there, why it happened. But as a civilian, they wouldn't give me much. All I have is here. This and my wife. Once she feels better, she wants to testify.
Your wife's testimony? What could she tell us? Was she present at the arrest?
No, but they used her against Anna. A few days after the trial, they came demanding she denounce her own daughter. Threatened her with complicity, promised lenience if she cooperated. They fed her word for word the lies, the calumnies to write and sign about her own daughter, about that damn suitcase. She can tell you the truth. She wants to tell you the truth. She's adamant she can prove there was no crime in the first place.
Mr. Hans, I'm terribly sorry. But while this story is awful, I am a prosecutor. It is not for me to prove people's innocence. On the contrary, I accuse them.
But you should accuse them, Miss Katz. All of them. Every single one of the bastards. The bastard who planted a damn suitcase in her room and called the cops, knowing full well it would get her killed. The policeman who tortured her until she said what they wanted to hear. Her lawyer, her judge, especially the judge.
Hey, Big Angry Phil, what's up?
I'll check what of this is actually punishable and whether we can start an investigation.
Thank you, Miss Katz. Thank you. I leave our number with your secretary. We'll keep in touch regarding Tessie's health. Arrange a time for her to appear.
But I can't make any promises yet.
I know. Still, thank you for giving it a chance.
The case might be for us after all. I'd better talk to Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Hens told me about his wife's situation. Left me their number. Though I can't say I'm happy with him calling me a secretary. I'll keep in contact should you and Mr. Bauer decide to take the case.
I haven't seen Christoph today. Do you know where he is?
He's in Hamburg.
Oh, must be nice to get away from the office once in a while.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. He's fine.
Have you seen Peters?
Have I seen him? We've been arguing all morning. He made such a mess in the archive. Now he's in his office. I'm telling you, I'm not cleaning up after him again.
How is Mr. Bauer doing?
He had a meeting with the Minister of Justice in the morning. As per usual, left him in a foul mood. He smokes so much when he goes to these things.
How are you today?
Can't complain. I might even have a little date planned for the evening.
Oh.
My husband got us 2 tickets for Frankenstein. I just hope Mr. Bauer won't have me stay late. It's been forever since we had an evening just to ourselves.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz, it's always good to see you. I take it our unexpected guest has piqued your curiosity.
I didn't realize you knew about it already.
Miss Fisher keeps me updated, and I must admit, I've vested some interest in his case. Or Miss Kazmierek's case, I should say. I assume that is why he came.
So, you did already know about this?
Indeed. Mr. Hans tried to appeal Anna's verdict once before. Back in Brunswick, while I still held my position there. Didn't get the chance to work on it, unfortunately, but I did keep a close watch.
And this appellation was...
Quite. Dismissed before it even reached the courts, on the basis of the report from her arrest. If I recall correctly, the prosecution decided that the word of a police officer must be trusted.
I think we should take this case.
Miss Katz, I understand your sentiment, but we don't really prove people's innocence here.
But we can prove other people's guilt. The crimes committed against Miss Kazmierek, our victim.
An interesting approach. Very well, color me intrigued. What are your leads?
Mr. Hans gave me two names, Heidi Grunewald and Emilia Becker. Both of them had previous history with Miss Kazmierek and were present at her arrest.
Their testimonies would make for a good starting point. But there is more, I hope.
There are a few witnesses to Anna Kazmierek's arrest I still need to identify. The policemen themselves, of course, and the victim's boyfriend. Sadly, Mr. Hans couldn't remember his name.
It should easily come up in the investigation. Same case for the officers. But there is more, I hope.
There's the victim's mother, Teresa Kazmierek. She's now married to Mr. Hans. She wants to testify, but it's made difficult by her health. They'll be in touch as soon as she's able to come. She wants to set the record straight about a false opinion or testimony she was forced to give. And more importantly, she believes she can prove Anna committed no crime in the first place.
Oh, that would make the case quite a bit easier. Almost realistic.
Then there's the documents, of course, from the arrest and the trial. The denunciation itself, if we're lucky.
Wouldn't that be something? Very well, I don't think I have any questions. I agree it's a good case for us. For you, more specifically, the investigation is yours, Miss Katz. The case of Anna Kazmierek versus, well, who? To start, there are three things I believe would serve you well to explore. First, the inciting incident. Why did the police come? How did they know about Anna and her potential crime? Then the most obvious, the beating. Did Anna confess of her own will, or was she coerced? And last, but quite interesting, if the police were there to arrest her for theft, why was she tried for looting and treason instead?
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
The pleasure's all mine, as per usual. Now I believe you've got your work cut out for you.
I should start with the files. If the case was investigated before, there should be something in the archive. And the law that Mr. Hans mentioned, I should ask Paula to find the exact reference.
Oh, be careful when you go downstairs. Someone just broke the window. Again. How did it go?
We have a new case. I need you to start digging up files immediately.
Right. Goes without...
We know of 5 witnesses who were present at the time of the crime, and we have the victim's mother willing to testify, once her health allows it, whenever that would be. Heidi Grunewald, a friend and co-worker of Anna. She's the reason why Mr. Hens knew of the situation, and she might know the name of another witness, the victim's boyfriend.
Should I invite her?
Yes.
On it.
The policeman who took Anna. I need to know how many there were, their names, and where they are now. Anything you can find.
I'll do my best.
One of the witnesses that Mr. Hens recognized
Hey,
was
what's
the
up,
victim's
McDowell?
boyfriend.
Welcome back.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to give us his name. I know there isn't much to go on, but can you start looking for him?
I'll do my best.
I need you to find me the decree about the folk pest law. It would seem it was used in Anna's case to justify a verdict.
Reich Law Gazette 168. This one I know by memory. I'll have a copy for you by tomorrow.
Never thought our office would be the crime scene. Or that I'd get used to it. Ah, the corpus delicti, torn straight from the sidewalk. Traitors. Very inventive. What a mess, as always. And what's that? Did someone forget their files? Looks like something from Peter's investigation. It's not like him to just leave this. There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Oh.
God damn it, I told you. Oh. Hello, Katz.
Hit us.
Sorry, I thought you were Paula. She's been on my ass all day.
I wanted to hear your opinion, or rather...
Let me stop you right there, Katz. But if you say Brunswick, that's Bauer's old territory. Yes.
Are these files yours?
What? Yes. Jesus. How? Where did you get them?
They were in the archive on the desk.
On the desk? Shit. They must have slipped out when I was packing up. Well, did you read them?
No, I didn't.
There was this game the guards at the camp had. They take a prisoner's hat, throw it, and as they ran to pick it up, the guards would shoot them and claim it was an escape attempt. And if they refuse to fetch the file you found is a testimony about this. It's an account of one of such murders. The victim's name was Elisha Kalka, Jewish male, born in 1894 in Krakow. He arrived at Auschwitz in late 40 and was killed in early 41. The witness even gives a date, but I'm not sure about it.
That's horrible.
Yes, well, horrible, of course, but hardly rare. Anyway, thank you for finding it. I can't believe I didn't even notice it was gone.
Later.
Yes, but I assure you Mr. Wolmuth has your best... in your post box. But these people are all... yes, I understand. I will tell Mr. Wolmuth.
Is everything all right, Paula?
Yes, Miss Katz. Everything's... No, everything's not fine. That was a horrible call.
I can imagine. Do you want...
I really shouldn't without talking to Mr. Wolmuth. It was one of Mr. Wolmuth's witnesses. She wants out.
How important was this witness?
It's going to be tough. He spent weeks prepping her. I won't be surprised if I find him sleeping in the office for the next couple of days.
Did she tell you why?
Same as always. They even sent her photographs of her children. Monsters.
Does this happen?
It feels like most of the time we can convince them to stay on, but it is getting harder.
Don't let this grind you down, Paula.
I won't. Can't give them the satisfaction.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think... I think I saw a mouse down in the archive. Interested?
Please tell me you're joking.
Oh, I'm glad you are... Oh, meow.
Six letters for thrilled. Second one is an L.
I don't care.
That's 3 words. Won't fit. You're really bad at this, you know?
Solving a crossword?
Just a little something to keep the brain running. Mr. Peters here sadly isn't being very helpful.
Dear God.
Which might be for the best. I'm getting the impression he's not that good at this.
Huh.
All right, hit me.
Oh.
Please don't.
Tough, maybe another time. I wouldn't want to.
Ugh.
You don't seem to be enjoying this much, are you, Peters?
Please make him stop.
I'll let you get back.
Please, take him with you.
Oh, well, looks like the Stars got their ass kicked, my understanding.
Peters?
Oh, I didn't.
Are you cool?
Me? Well, do you remember our old small guy, reddish?
Are you getting... You can't miss school.
Yes, Katz, I miss homework and eating browns. I'm serious. The man who taught us property law. Do you remember him?
Ha.
I think so, yes. Wasn't he the one with that disgust?
And snack while we read out the case studies.
God,
That's him. I found...
Oh!
That, the Nazi file of good old Hirschbach.
Really?
Yes, really. Friendly, jovial, Nazi Hirschbach. Did you know he invited me for Easter once? Lovely family.
What did you find in the file?
Nothing good, I'm afraid. Hirschbach worked as a prosecutor. He was seizing property from Jewish citizens. For starters. Then it got worse. He sent people away Katz.
Are you absolutely sure?
I double and triple checked everything. We were taught by a Nazi.
I think I need...
I understand.
in evidence form? Might be something worth looking into.
Oh, that's dumb. I hate it when they do that. The only one I watched was the Pistons one, and I wasn't too happy about that.
Miss Katz, Heidi Grunewald is waiting for you in the conference room. I have the distinct feeling that she doesn't like us very much.
Should I be...
Only if you want...
Sounds like...
Miss Katz.
What's Heidi Grunewald like, Paula?
Her chewing gum is very sticky for a start. I found it under the waiting...
Oh.
And she asked why a pretty girl like me is working for the pigs.
How unpleasant.
She said she's here for Anna. I think she means it.
Thank you, Paula. I better go and see Miss Grunewald.
Miss Katz, good morning. Miss Katz.
How are you?
That phone call before?
Henry. Oh, I'm glad you... Mrs. Grunewald, good morning. Thank you for coming on such a short notice.
As if I had the choice.
Mrs. Grunewald, your collaboration is entire...
Right. Because I could just make your job easier and let you screw Anna over again. Not going to happen.
I wanted to talk...
Acquainted. What do you want to know? Other than her being innocent and you people having killed her?
Tell me about Anna's arrest.
Really? Sure you wouldn't rather talk about her heinous crimes? Tell me all about them? No? Alright. I bite. It was the morning of... I don't know. A few days after the bombing.
October 20th.
Sure. If you say so. We were in the emergency shelter. Somehow we all got assigned to the same one. Call it good luck or bad luck. Your choice.
What happened on that day?
We just come back from work with Anna. Graveyard shift at a munitions factory. For the glory of the fatherland. And all that.
What can you tell me about this shelter?
Pigs took some rich prick's house, robbed it of all valuables, and packed it full of homeless folk. We got 3 small rooms around the kitchen, one for each family.
What happened to you during the bombing?
To me? Not much. I was working a night shift. At first I didn't even hear the bombs over all the machinery. How in hell did those bastards manage to burn the entire city except for the munition factories is beyond me.
What did a regular day at the shelter look like?
There wasn't anything regular about that time. Not yet. We'd only been there for 3 days? 4? It wasn't that different from our lives before, really. Not for me. We were piss poor anyway. Wake up, pray there's water in the pipes. Go to your shift, return there tired, repeat.
How were the tasks divided among the people in the shelter?
We were on rotation. Help food, cleaning, making sure there's enough water and firewood. Of course, we'd always get the most work, as my family was the biggest.
Who lived in the shelter at the time?
Me and mine, the Grunewalds, a total of 7 people at the time. The Kazmireks, Anna and her mother, and unfortunately, the Beckers. 5 of them, and 5 too many.
Tell me about the Beckers.
Butchers. Literally. They owned a family business for generations. A big point of pride for them. Up till a bomb fell right on it.
Tell me about the Kazmireks.
Good people. Both of them. Teresa's practically family now. We took her in after you people killed Anna. Without her daughter, she was all alone. But who cares, right? You all got your dangerous criminal.
Tell me about your family.
Interested in the little workers. That's a new one. We weren't affected by the bombing as bad as many others. Didn't have much to lose to start with. There were a few of us, luckily. So we were able to scrap by.
How would you describe your relationship with Miss Kazmarek?
Our relationship? Anna wasn't a dyke, if that's what you're getting at. She was like a sister to me. A better sister. One that I chose.
What can you tell me about your family's situation before the bombing?
Nothing exciting. We were at another temporary place. Smaller than this one, actually. So that was an upgrade. It was more of the same. Surviving day to day. Just with less other people having to do the same. It was a shit time.
Did you salvage anything from your old home?
Everybody did. The morning after the bombing, we went there with my brothers. Took a few bags. Couldn't fit even. We were in my family's room, trying to get at least some shut-eye, when I heard someone yapping at the phone. It was Emilia. Emilia Becker.
What was she saying?
I didn't catch all of it. Tried to block it out, actually. I just wanted to sleep. I got enough to understand. The cunt was talking to the police, ratting on some terrible robbery. How could I have known it was about Anna? Next thing I know, I'm woken up by someone's banging against the door.
Who was it?
Greeners! 2 of the bastards. Diligently responding to a bullcrap call. And what a pair they made. A tall twig of an idiot and a 4-eyed geezer with the dumbest mustache. You could smell the alcohol on that one from across the room.
Could you please describe them for me?
Creepy. That was my first and main impression. He was somewhat round. Not yet fat, but close to it. He had the most ridiculous facial hair, glasses, and he had this smile. This friendly smile. Constantly.
Could you please describe them for me?
He was way too tall, despite the constant hunch. It felt like he was trying to take up as little had the most punchable face I've seen in my life. Like a snooty baby that may start bawling at any moment. And he was clumsy. First he hit his head on the way in. Then he just kept dropping his notebook as they interviewed Anna.
Did they say why they were there?
Sure. They were investigating a most serious crime and wanted to talk to Anna. Alone. Bastards invited themselves in before I could even say a word.
Ha ha ha, fine with me too.
Using this mess as a distraction, Emilia planted the bloody thing.
I'll need you to explain what you mean.
Oh, for sure. The suitcase she accused Anna of stealing. The one she needed the pigs to find. She put it in Anna's room herself. Had to back her lie somehow, didn't she?
And who are greeners?
Schupo, obviously. Green uniform, overcompensating hat, gun and nightstick in case they don't like your face. I suppose you people didn't call them that. It was clear they didn't want me present for their questioning. Fuckers had the nerve to pretend it was about Anna's privacy. I've expected they'd force me out right then and there.
And did they make you leave?
No. Somehow Anna managed to convince them it was fine, that she didn't mind me there.
What did they want to know?
They asked about the suitcase. You know, the same one Emilia was planting in Anna's room right there and then. Did I mention that already?
Yes, you did, Mrs. Grunewald.
I know I did. I'm not an idiot. Just make sure it's easy to hear on that tape of yours. The idiots were convinced Anna stole it. And no matter the truth, they wanted her to admit it.
What did Anna tell them?
To go fuck themselves. No. That's what she should have told them. But she just denied it. What a load of crap. All they had was Emilia's made-up story. And here they were, swinging their shriveled... That's what I told them. They didn't like it one bit. Next thing I know, Glasses pushes me out into the kitchen. Tells me to show him Anna's room. That's where she'd hide the haul.
Did you enter Anna's room with the officer?
No. I just told him where it was. He wouldn't let me go in. Didn't want me tampering. So I waited outside in the kitchen with Wolf and that rat, Amelia.
Didn't you say Emilia was in Anna's room?
Not anymore. She left her proof and came back before anyone could notice. She just stood there with that smirk of hers. She was behind it all. We all knew she hated Anna. But this? She was trying to get her killed.
Do you remember what Wolf was doing?
Waiting, patiently. Naive idiot. He came for money, and it showed. Had no idea what any of this meant.
What can you tell me about Anna?
That you people killed her. But I might have mentioned that already. What is there to say? She was good people. Kind, funny, witty. And a know-it-all. So stubborn. Could be such a pain in the ass. Never knew when to shut up.
Were there any conflicts between the shelter's inhabitants?
There's a bear shit in the woods. The Beckers thought themselves better than everybody else, and made no secret of it. And everyone knew them, for the shit-spewing assholes they were. And we were open about that as well. And Mrs. Hausler in the other section, always listening at the door, up in everybody's business. Nosy hack.
What can you tell me about the conflict between Miss Kasmirek and Emilia?
What there's to say? Becca was a cunt. She had conflicts with everybody. Well, everybody without a dick. And something about Anna seemed to really piss her off from the start. Wolf choosing her was just a cherry on top. The pig didn't need much time for his search. Emilia must have left it easy to find. Her eyes lit up as soon as he came out of the room, suitcase in hand.
What did she do?
She told the pig the suitcase was hers. That the day after the bombing, she saw Anna take it from the ruins of her house. And for some reason, she insisted it constituted treason. Can you imagine? Even if Anna was guilty, which she wasn't, how would taking an old stinking suitcase be treason? That's just bullcrap. All of it. But the pig didn't see it that way. See, that would make the supposed crime a looting instead of a theft.
Mrs. Cole,
As a...
I wanted...
What do you other...
Tell me...
No? It was the morning... October. We were in college...
What happened?
For the good...
Who lived in...
Me and mine, the Kasmirek, and then...
How were the...
We have food of...
What happened?
To me... How... Butcher. They owned up.
Tell me.
Good tip without you.
What did it?
It was break.
What
pigs? We got.
What can you tell me about?
We were at. It was a shit.
How would you?
Ow! And I was. She was like a on that show. We were in my family's room. It was a me.
What?
I didn't catch on. How?
Did you?
Next thing I know.
Who?
Greeners! 2 of the bastards. Diligently responding to a bullcrap call. And what you could...
Could you please... Could you...
It had the moment you...
Did they...
Bastard. And then...
I'll need...
Oh, sheep.
And who are greeners?
Sure, green. I suppose. It was clear.
And...
No, somehow...
What did they...
They asked, you know.
Yes.
I know, they eat...
What?
To go, but she... What? They didn't. Next thing I know, that's...
Did you enter Anna's room?
No, he wouldn't let me. So I...
Didn't you say...
Nothing. She just... We all...
Do you remember...
Wait, he came...
Tell me about your family.
We weren't affected. There were a few...
Were there...
Does the back and Miss Nosy Hack.
What can you...
What? She had... And some wolf...
What can...
That... What is that? In the odor. No. The pig didn't need much time for his search. Her eyes lit up as soon as he came out of the room, suitcase in hand.
What did you do?
She told the pig the suitcase was hers. That the day after the bombing, and for some... Can you imagine? Even if Anna was guilty, which she wasn't, how would taking an old stinking suitcase be treason? That's just bullcrap. All of it.
Treason? Right. If what Emilia said was true...
It wasn't.
Then with Anna's crime being looting rather than stealing, the Folkspest law would indeed qualify it as treason.
How many times do I have to say this?
How did the officer react to all this?
He didn't even pretend to listen to anything Wolf and I said. But anything Emilia said, he ate it up. All of it. Every single word.
What was in the suitcase? Can you describe it?
Beats me. I don't think I've ever seen it before. No idea where Emilia got it. It looked old. used. Normal size, normal... It was a suitcase. It just looked like a suitcase. At that point, I knew we needed help. I knew a man. I thought he might be able to help. And Wolf had his uncle, so between the two of us,
This man you went to get help from. Would it happen to be Walter Hens?
How do you... You've talked with him already, right?
He brought us this case.
I suppose that makes sense. Yes, it was him. Not that he could help in the end. So, I had Hans. And Wolf had his uncle, so between the two of us, I figured...
Please, continue.
I told Wolf to stall the fuckers. Keep them there. Myself, I went to get my man. I didn't even get down the stairs before it started.
Before what started?
Is it really that hard to guess? Anna's testimony. They tortured her, went in hard judging on the screams. It was... loud.
Is there anybody else who could have seen it?
I wasn't in the right space to check for that. Though, actually, I think I ran into one of my neighbors. Hausler. Old lady from across the hall. Yes. She was in another section on our floor. Such a nosy hack. Unbelievably, she kept constant.
And you just...
Yes. It was the only way I might...
How did Wolf and Emilia get along?
Too well. They actually used to be friends. If you'd believe that. Not that he'll admit it now. It was before he and Anna... Becker never quite forgave him that choice. The jealous cunt.
Mrs. Kronewald, I'm sorry, but I must ask. Is it possible Anna did take that suitcase?
Are you fucking... What? Just because she wasn't born to some gold-shitting lawyers, she's supposed to be a thief? She wasn't. She didn't. There's no possibility. No chance. Not premeditated, not by accident.
Wolf's uncle? Why was that relevant?
It's not something he'd appreciate me talking about. Then again, he was happy to benefit from it. His uncle was in the Gestapo. Didn't have too shabby of a position. After all, he did pull his nephew from the front. I don't remember his name, but there couldn't have been that many Kirchmanns up the chain, right?
What can you tell?
It's been going on for a few years, as serious as you can be. When, to be honest, I was never fully sold on Wolf being the right guy. But he did make Anna happy, so...
How did Miss Kazmarek come to know Mr. Hens?
She used to work for him. It was all legal, just pub work. Walter's a good man. Took us under his wing. We knew we could rely on him.
Was Anna's father somewhere around?
Not for a long time. He died when Anna was 4. Came west with Aunt Tessie, only to leave her alone with a 4-year-old. Don't really remember him myself. Just a photo of the 3 of them together.
You said the Kazmareks were from somewhere east?
Aunt Tessie was born in East Prussia, some small village in the middle of nowhere. That's Poland now. Majuria or something. She's quite happy about it. Not that she'll admit it. Always had a soft spot for anything Polish.
What did the...
There wasn't much. Some salvaged clothes. Oh right, the cross. A big old thing. She used...
Tell me about Teresa Kazmarek.
Aunt Tessie. Poor woman. Poor Anna. Alone with her on her head. Don't get me wrong, I love the woman. But she can be an enormous pain in the ass. Not her fault. Mostly. She just needs so much help and constant attention. She's been sick non-stop ever since... Since I can remember, actually.
Did Miss Kazmarek have any previous encounters with the police? Any criminal history?
No.
You sound awful sure.
I am. Anna didn't do none of that.
Did you see it?
I didn't see it. No. But I certainly heard it. And I saw the aftermath. They left the room trashed. It doesn't take a degree to understand what happened.
You're saying both of the officers beat her?
Yes, probably. I don't know. Can't imagine a greener refusing the chance to rail on an unarmed girl.
What can you tell me about Emilia?
She was a few years older. Not that you'd guess it. Always little Miss Goody Two-Shoes. In reality, she was a jealous, hateful bitch. A snitch. A liar and a snitch. I did find Walter. Not that it mattered. By the time we came back, Anna was already gone. There. That's what happened. What really happened. Not that you care.
But I do care, Mrs. Grunewald.
Sure. I guess we'll see about that, right? I won't hold my breath.
Thank you for your... An evidence form? Might be something worth looking into. We have a name for the victim's boyfriend, Wolf Kirchmann.
Wolfgang, yes. He was very easy to find once I got the name. He's still in the military, as it turns out. A Hauptmann. Seems to be involved with the rearmament effort. Oh, and I have some good news.
What's the good news?
Mrs. Kaczmarek, no, Mrs. Hens, agreed to a date for her testimony. Tentative for now, but I hear she's been feeling better. I put her on the calendar. We should have enough time to interview one more witness before her.
Good, thank you. Did you manage to contact him?
I've tried to reach out, but, well, the military is at best less than helpful. The message I got was politely worded, of course, but it comes down to us not being an important matter. I'm sorry, it'll take a bit longer to get him.
I need you to invite the next witness.
Who should I reach out to?
Please invite the neighbor, Emilia Becker.
On it. Anything else?
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Miss Katz.
I need some additional
Anything specific?
The report from Anna's arrest mentioned an evidence form, but...
It wasn't included.
Exactly.
I'll start looking.
There's a chance one of the neighbors could know something about what happened. I was given one surname, Hausle. Could you look if we can contact her?
There's not much to go on, but I can try. The shelter probably has some sort of list.
I need you to find out if there was any man named Kirchmann with a high position in the SS. He might have been contacted by one of our witnesses about Anna's situation.
A relative of our Mr. Kirchmann? I'll make sure to check it.
Another thing. About the note you left me today. You think you have someone who would know our police officers?
Yes, potentially. My husband, his whole family, really, are police officers. Him, his father, brother, uncle, grandfather. It's a tradition he's very proud of. Don't get me started.
I won't.
Thank you. Anyway, his brother actually lives and works in Brunswick. Brunswick, police officer. I figured I'd give it a shot and I wrote him a letter.
Thank you, Paula. I think that...
Yes?
Later.
Oh boy.
What? It's really freezing in here, and the heater does not seem to be running. Need to remember to bring an extra sweater as soon as I have any work done here. How long has it been here? Ugh.
Well, guys, that will do it. Thank you all for coming on by. Hope all you enjoy this wonderful game. I had fun tonight, despite fucking up so badly on the trial. But once I figured out the evidence again, reread everything, put 3 people away who were justified by that. Now we'll find out what happens with our next witness that we interrogate or question or what have you. A lot more that meets the eye, but we'll see. Anyway, guys, you guys take care. Big thank you to everybody showing up tonight. Big thank you to Phil, Fire Devil, Callie, Rexus, say it out loud, George, MGTOW, James, Neary, California, all you wonderful people. Thank you all again, especially everybody on Twitter. Hope to see you all soon.